For Saturday morning, it just goes mostly cloudy, high in the mid-40s. The Land Rover Tri-State Retailer's 5-day forecast, well, this part's better. Sun and clouds mixed on Sunday, near 55, just a chance of a rain shower Sunday night, and some sunshine on Monday and even milder, high 55 to 60. Right now, though, a cold 41, humidity 51%, and dropping down to near freezing. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
WCBS News Time, 5:20.
Almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Do you have student loans and are worried about making your payments? Stop worrying. Now Direct Student Aid can help if you are behind, if you are late, or even if you are in default on your student loans, we can help cut your payments fast. We provide student loan relief, getting you relief from your student loans right away. We will stop any harassing phone calls, stop any wage garnishments, and even remove any tax liens. No matter how much you owe or how far behind you are with payments, call our established Direct Student Aid toll-free assistance line right now. We can fix your student loan problems guaranteed. That's right, we guarantee we will get your student loan out of default and cut your payments right away. We have helped thousands of people just like you fix their student loans. Best of all, it's 100% guaranteed. Don't go another day with your loans behind or in default. Our specialists are waiting for your call. Call 800-395-5576. That's 800-395-5576. Again, call 800-395-5576. That's 800-395-5576.
Breaking news from the UN tonight is this. The UN General Assembly has voted to recognize the state of Palestine. And the U.S. Ambassador Susan Rice saying this vote will place further obstacles in the path of peace. We'll be talking to CBS News foreign affairs analyst Pamela Falk about this in less than 10 minutes.
She'll talk to us about how Palestinians hope it will provide new leverage in their dealings with Israel. WCBS News Time, 5:21. Governor Cuomo is cutting red tape to speed up Sandy insurance claims. WCBS reporter Marla Diamond has details.
1 month after Hurricane Sandy, Governor Cuomo says New Yorkers are recovering well, with one notable exception.
We're getting many complaints from people who say we have insurance coverage, but we can't contact the insurance company. We can't get adjusters to show up at the property.
Cuomo has ordered insurance companies to follow up on claims within 6 days or be fined $1,000 per case.
Frankly, this is a health and safety issue, and people need heat on and they need the electricity on.
He urges homeowners to start work before the adjuster arrives and document everything. At the governor's East Side office, Marla Diamond, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 5:23. Time for Joe Connolly. He's got Small Business sponsored by Verizon, high-speed internet and phone for small business. Visit Verizon.com today.
Zig Ziglar, the first sales coach to many business owners today, died at 86. He preached sales based on positive, even religious principles. William Yardley says in the Times Ziglar's message was, there are no traffic jams on the extra mile. And he preached that in every sales presentation, try to make clients laugh once every 7 to 9 minutes and give them a confidence builder or some hopeful idea every 5 minutes. Anybody could still enjoy his book, Secrets of Closing the Sale, by Zig Ziglar, the failed door-to-door salesman who became the first modern sales coach when he discovered that he did best by selling his own optimism. I'm Joe Connolly for the Wall Street Journal.
If you have bad credit, you're not alone. Did you know that as much as 79% of all credit reports contain errors and incorrect information? Having great credit is more important than ever. Let nationally recognized credit expert Jason M. Kaplan help. Jason and his team of FICO experts will give you a free consultation and discuss how they can get your credit life back on track. Call 877-731-0082 for your free credit consultation and analysis. There's no upfront fees, and you only pay for results. Call the credit pros now at 877-731-0082.
WCBS News Time 5:25. The Business Now sponsored by A.J. Madison.
And here's Mike Weinstein at the Wall Street Journal.
And Linda, some positive economic news offset the lack of progress on fiscal cliff negotiations. The Dow Jones Industrial Average climbing 36 points. It closed over the 13,000-point mark at 13,021. The Nasdaq Composite was higher by 20 points, and the S&P 500 gained 6. Well, in the battle of Superstorm Sandy versus Black Friday, looks like Mother Nature gets the nod. Despite record sales over the Thanksgiving holiday weekend, it was not enough to make up for losses that retailers felt as a result of Sandy. Stores like Target, Macy's, and Kohl's all saw same-store sales drop in November, especially here in the Northeast. We won't hear data about new car sales until next week, but Edmunds.com expects an 11% increase from the same time a year ago. The aftermath of Superstorm Sandy is actually expected to help boost the sales numbers. And this is Honda introduced the latest version of its top-selling Civic Compact. The automaker called it an extensive upgrade of the 2012 version, which was panned by critics. It features a more luxurious interior and rear backup cameras you usually see in bigger cars and minivans. Again, the Dow finished higher by 36 points. I'm Mike Weinstein at the Wall Street Journal for WCBS News Radio 880.
Newsies is the Tony Award-winning hit Broadway musical that gets you out of your seat and on your feet. Bloomberg News calls it a triumph, and the New York Times says Newsies is a musical worth singing about. It's the hit show that's making headlines, the #1 critics pick in New York Magazine, Time Out New York, and in Entertainment Weekly, which cheers Catch Newsies Fever. So get your tickets today. Newsies on Broadway 8 times a week. Visit newsiesthemusical.com.
And now Geico presents 30 Seconds with Maxwell the Pig.
Hey everyone, I'm Maxwell, and my life is kind of awesome because whenever Geico wants to talk about their new mobile app, they're like, hey Maxwell, you feel like coming to the studio and talking about how the app lets you manage your policy, you know, and get roadside help and even customize it with your favorite Geico character? And I'm like, maybe. Are there going to be snacks?
Everything you love about Geico, now mobile. Download the new Geico app today.
WCBS News Time 527. The big winners in the Powerball jackpot are in Arizona. You've heard that. And in Missouri. You've heard that. But, you know, $1 million isn't that bad. And 8 Powerball tickets worth $1 million each were sold in New Jersey. 5 of them were in Hudson County. The other 3 were in Fort Lee, Lakewood, and Atlantic City.
Well, 30 minutes notice. That's all the time the public had to get to the noon tree lighting ceremony today at the State House in Rhode Island. Governor Lincoln Chafee said he wanted to avoid what happened last time when protesters opposed to calling it a holiday tree, crashed the event.
WCBS News Time 528. Let's go to traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 8th. A little extra room here for your commute. Here's Tom Kaminsky at McDonald's McCafe Chopper 880.
Well, thank you for that, Wayne, because there's not a whole lot of room on the road here in Queens on the eastbound side of the LIE. We're loaded up BQE solidly right out into Nassau County. Just all volume here. It stays pretty heavy right out through the area of the northern state and out through 106.7. The Grand Central very heavy. Also from LaGuardia right over toward the area of Northern Boulevard. Then more delays at Q right into Nassau County. The outbound side of the Lincoln with at least with a 15 to 20 minute delay, but inbound side 45 plus. Outbound side Holland Tunnel with at least a 45 to 60 minute delay. And at last check, we still had a lot of volume on the northbound side of Route 21, McCarter Highway, just past the Broad Street split. We had a collision still being worked on there with 1 lane blocked. Westchester, Rockland, northbound side New York State Thruway is slow getting to and across the Tappan Zee and stays heavy right up toward the area of the Palisades Parkway. Connecticut Turnpike is very heavy northbound side, 7 up to 14, 18 Westport, up through 24 in Fairfield. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's, McCafe, Shopper 880, and John Grimmeyer with Mass Transit Update.
On the subways at Borough Hall Station, Uptown 2 trains are going to be running on the 5 line between Nevin Street and 149th Street, Grand Concourse. So there's going to be delays now on the 2s and 3s in both directions. We're sponsored by Allstate. Having one Allstate agent for all your insurance needs saves time. Plus, they can find you a bunch of discounts. Save time and money. Bundle your policies with an Allstate agent. You can find one at allstate.com. Now here's WCBS Pinpoint Weather.
All's quiet in the eastern half of the nation. For the most part, just some weak weather systems. All the major weather will be occurring out west from about central and northern California into the Pacific Northwest and the Rockies. Lots of elevation snows, mountain snows, and plenty of wind and rain for the coast, so they're getting it now. Fair and cold for tonight, 30 to 35 around the city, 20s in the suburbs. Tomorrow, sun giving way to increasing clouds with highs in the low to mid-40s, so another chilly day. Just a chance of some spotty light rain, drizzle, wet snowflakes tomorrow night into Saturday morning, then mostly cloudy Saturday afternoon. It's still in the low to mid-40s, but Sunday will turn milder into the mid-50s, around 55. Right now it's 41. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
We're sponsored by Silver Star Mercedes. WCBS News Time, 5:30.
News, traffic, and weather. On air, online. We are News Radio. WCBS 880.
Good afternoon, Thursday, the 29th of November. I'm Wayne Cabot.
I'm Linda Lopez. Here's the latest from the WCBS newsroom. In the last half hour, the UN votes in favor of granting the Palestinian Authority state observer status.
On the West Bank, Palestinians erupt in wild cheers and hugging.
A New York City police officer this afternoon tells the story of why he bought a homeless man a pair of boots. A picture of that moment has gone viral online.
The New Jersey Senate votes to increase the minimum wage.
And in sports, the Yankees are reportedly close to a one-year deal with Mariano Rivera.
WCBS News Time, 5:31. The UN voted this afternoon, just about a half an hour ago, to grant the Palestinian Authority state observer status.
Let's go live now to the UN and CBS News foreign affairs analyst Pamela Falk. Pam, what exactly does this mean, and what does it give to the Palestinians?
What the UN General Assembly passed today by a margin, a very large margin of 138 to 9, with slightly more than a handful of countries voting with the U.S. and Israel against it, it changes Palestine's status at the UN from observer entity to observer state. And that vote is largely symbolic. Palestine does not become a member of the UN, but the significance depends on who you speak with.
Well, there's a lot of questions here. One of them, Pam, is why now? Why is this vote, why did it pass today and not, say, last year or 10 years ago?
Well, the Palestinian leadership, particularly in the West Bank of President Mahmoud Abbas, wanted a win after there was a significant weight given to the Hamas leadership in Gaza after the recent fight and the ceasefire and the fight between Israel and Gaza. And so it was intended to fortify the West Bank leadership and bring the two sides together, which it did. Both endorsed this bid. Now, Israel's prime minister said it's meaningless and will change nothing on the ground, and Secretary of State Clinton said it was counterproductive. But you heard Mahmoud Abbas say it was a birth certificate for Palestine, and that's why now, because it was what he called the last chance for peace as far as they're concerned. As far as Israel's concerned, it will delay those kind of peace negotiations.
No, but still it could significantly affect the peace process.
Yes, absolutely, because if you listen to their words, nothing could have been less amenable to peace talks. The Palestinians accused Israel of aggression. Israel said that Palestine really doesn't want peace and didn't want peace on this day, November 29th, in 1947, when the two states were declared, a Jewish state and an Arab state. Palestine never accepted it. So they both looked at history, but they certainly were fighting words, and they weren't words of peace.
So here comes a tricky question, Pam. Now that the UN has given its imprimatur, if you will, on Palestine, is there now a state of Palestine? Should we refer to the West Bank, Gaza, East Jerusalem as Palestine? It's still under Israeli control.
No, this only gave a very special status in the UN of observer state, but they didn't become a state in the eyes of the United Nations. And that's what Ambassador Susan Rice made clear in her comments, that this doesn't give Palestine the status of a state.
That's CBS News foreign affairs analyst Pamela Falk.
WCBS News Time, 5:34. Here's something that's gone viral, a picture of a New York City police officer giving a gift of boots to a homeless man in Times Square. And this afternoon, we are hearing from that officer. WCBS reporter Marla Diamond live at police headquarters. Marla, this cop had no idea he was being photographed, did he?
No, he didn't. As a matter of fact, it was a police officer from Arizona that took the picture, but Officer Anthony DePrimo had no clue. He is 25 years old, and he's been on the force for 2 years. He's a rookie. He saw this man in Times Square as he was walking the beat. This elderly man had no shoes, no socks. He had blisters on his feet. And the officer went up to him and said, aren't your feet cold? And the officer said, oh, no, officer, don't worry about me. You know, I'm fine. I love the NYPD, and God bless you. And that is what spurred this young officer to go into the nearest shoe store, pluck down $100 for a pair of all-weather boots for this gentleman. He ran after the man, and he said, what size are you? And the man came with him. He said, I'm a size 12. He sat him down. He bought him the boots. And he said, can I buy you a cup of coffee? And the elderly man refused. He said that if he could do it all again, he would try to buy that man a cup of coffee because he knew he was probably hungry. He said he's kind of taken aback by all of this. He's a handsome officer with a quick smile. He obviously impressed the police commissioner, who gave him a pair of gold cufflinks tonight. Reporting live from Police Plaza, Marla Diamond, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 5:35.
Need a great place to watch your favorite teams in New Jersey? Join Miller Lite at Water Street, located at 4 Robbins Parkway and Toms River, for great Miller Draft and bottle specials. Water Street has been completely renovated with 21 new flat-screen TVs located all over, so you never miss any of the action or the view of the Toms River, located right off their back deck. So visit Water Street in Toms River or check them out at bakerswaterstreet.com for more info. All for Miller Lite and Water Street. Miller Lite reminds you to enjoy responsibly.
How far would you go to help save someone's life? How about to your garage? If you have an unneeded vehicle, donate it to the Salvation Army. They'll pick it up for free, and the proceeds from its sale will help someone in the grip of addiction reclaim his life. To donate your vehicle, call 1-800-SA-TRUCK or visit satruck.org. You will be doing the most good.
Mercy College is the one to watch. Rated A by Standard & Poor's. Nationally recognized programs in some of the hottest professional fields around. Come to Mercy Mondays this fall and find out how easy it is to get your master's degree and re-energize your career. Mercy Mondays. More than 25 graduate degree programs, all designed for working people, nights, weekends, and online. Come to Mercy Mondays for graduate days at our campuses in Dobbs Ferry, the Bronx, and Manhattan. And find out about the quality, affordable graduate education at Mercy College. The one to watch at mercy.edu.
A little over an hour ago, the state Senate in New Jersey passed the bill that would raise the minimum wage a lot. Would raise it from $7.25 to $8.50, a 17% increase. It was on a strict party line vote of 23-16.
And live on the Newsline now to talk about it is Senate President Stephen Sweeney. How are you able to get it done?
Well, because we have more Democrats in the Senate. That's pretty much it's that simple. It's we had a very lively debate. In fact, it's probably the longest debate we've had on the Senate floor since I've been here.
What does it tell you that you can't even get one Republican vote?
Well, what it tells me is there really is a philosophy difference between the two parties. And, I mean, it clearly is a philosophy issue. What was really troubling is they were trying to blame the hurricane, which they were opposing this bill before the hurricane. And now everyone invokes the hurricane as the reason why they can't vote on it. Look, philosophically, you know, the parties have different beliefs. You know, they believe in trickle down, and we believe in lifting up. And helping the lower wage workers make more. And one of the senators said, well, if someone's making $8.50 an hour now, then it's going to, one of the Republican senators says, then they're going to have to make $9.50. And I said, that's good. That means they're making more money, which improves their quality of life. And you know something? It's not like they're running to the banks with loads of money. That means they're spending it to improve the quality of life for their family. So this was extremely important. And for me, I was the prime sponsor in 2005 of the minimum wage increase, and I had a cost of living increase built into it. And, you know, the leadership in my party at the time, you know, made me take it out.
Governor Christie has said he'll veto this legislation. Do you guys have enough votes to override the veto?
Listen, he can veto it if he wants. I have a constitutional amendment coming right behind it. And if he doesn't want to do it, we're taking it right to the people. We're not asking his permission. You know, there's sometimes that you have to, you know, compromise. And I compromised a great deal with the governor to get a lot of things done in this state. In fact, I think it made him a national, you know, symbol. But on this one, there's no room to compromise. I mean, I firmly believe the working poor shouldn't wait for elected officials every 7 years to have their conscience bother them. So the governor can go ahead and veto it if he chooses, or CVA it if he chooses. We have the constitutional amendment that's right behind it. It's not like we'd be the first state in the nation. There's 4 other states in the nation that have it built into their constitution. And, that doesn't mean it's automatically going up every year. If the CPI goes up, then it goes up. And we even offered the business community, when I was dealing with the bill, protections against big spikes in the CPI. And they're just, we're never going to support this, no matter what, no matter how. And the states that have higher minimum wages, almost every one of those states' economies, except for one, is doing better than New Jersey economically right now.
Senate President Steve Sweeney, and on the day when the state Senate passed the increased minimum wage up to $8.50, the Assembly already passed that. They're going to do some reconciliation and then see what happens from there.
Not one Republican on board. WCBS News Time 538. Traffic and weather together on the 8th. McDonald's McCafe Chopper 880. Here's Tom Kaminsky.
Let's go to the outbound Lincoln Tunnel here with the 15 to 20 minute delay. The inbound side with a solid 45 to 60 minute wait. The Holland 45 to 60 out. Inbound side a 10-minute delay. Lots of heavy volume in Queens on the LIE, right through Queens and into Nassau County. Same story on the Grand Central. Now we go back on over to Route 21. Northbound side, everything reopened at Emmett Street just north of Broad Street. A collision there has now been cleared. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe Chopper 880. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
Craig Allen's weather, another cold night. By tomorrow morning, it's going to be in the 20s when you wake up, maybe low 30s in the city. And later on tomorrow, sunshine, then increasing clouds, the high in the low to middle 40s.
As we get into Friday night and then Saturday morning, we could see some rain, even some wet snow possible. But when we get into Saturday morning, it should be mostly cloudy, mid-40s.
It's 41 right now. WCBS News Time, 541.
Liz.
Todd?
I want you back.
You're just saying that because I got a makeover to make me look hot, even though I was hot to begin with.
No. I miss those nights instantly watching TV episodes and movies online with Netflix.
We watched as much as we wanted.
Whenever and wherever we wanted.
So, you love me? Even if I put these glasses back on?
Wow, those are thick. Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month with Netflix. Start your free trial today. See terms of use.
'Tis the season for giving, which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Local's Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanshop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanshop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
Health insurance is on everybody's mind right now. You either don't have it or you have it and you think it's too expensive. And you probably feel like you don't have any options. We can help. We are InSphere Insurance Solutions. We offer health insurance plans from major carriers nationwide and likely have a plan that can save you money. Whether you're self-employed, on a COBRA plan that's about to expire, or you simply don't have health insurance where you work and you need it, InSphere Insurance Solutions can help you. Our agents will help you find coverage you can afford. InSphere Insurance Solutions is an authorized agency in all 50 states, including the District of Columbia. Plans may not be available in all states.
800-713-0182. 800-713-0182. 800-713-0182. That's 800-713-0182.
Who's watching your home when you're not there? It could be a burglar. Burglars prefer to break in when they think no one's home, and no one will stop them. Don't be an easy target for intruders. Protect your home with a free security system monitored by ADT, the leader in home security. Call now and get free hardware, free medical and fire alert, and free activation. It's an $850 value. Call right now and you'll also get 6 free sensors. That's 6 points of protection for free. Just call Protect Your Home, your authorized ADT dealer at 1-800-317-1569. You'll get 24-hour protection, and there's no cost for parts or activation. Call now about a free security system monitored by ADT. Call 1-800-317-1569. $99 installation charge, 36-month monitoring agreement at $35.99 per month. Total package includes 6-door window sensors. Labor charges may apply. Call for terms and conditions to this offer and protect your home license numbers. Call now, 1-800-317-1569.
WCBS News Time, 5:42. The New York State Commission investigating how utilities performed before and after Sandy is now demanding information from the MTA and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. Yesterday, the Moreland Commission sent subpoenas to the state power companies.
And on the day that they voted in the Senate to raise the minimum wage in New Jersey, fast food workers in New York City have been rallying outside McDonald's and Burger King's and Wendy's, demanding the right to join the union and get pay of $15 an hour. That is what they would like.
WCBS News Time, 5:43.
It's 41 degrees clear in New York City. It's going to be a cold night again tonight.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at cbsnewyork.com. When you need to know, we've got you covered.
Nice to have you with us. I'm Wayne Cabot.
I'm Linda Lopez. Coming up on WCBS News Radio, how the French falsely accused a U.S. airline of causing a plane crash.
Wall Street was higher today. The Dow back above 13,000. Business News in 10.
WCBS News Time, 5:45. Time for sports, sponsored by Melrose Credit Union. And here's Gordon Damer.
Well, Linda, if Yankee GM Brian Cashman has a things-to-do list, it might include entries like jump off a building and re-sign Mariano Rivera, not necessarily in that order. Both of those could take place tomorrow. Cashman set to rappel down the side of the Landmark Square building in Stamford, Connecticut. That for a practice run for the Heights and Lights program on Sunday. He's done that now 3 years in a row. Tomorrow, also the day where it looks like the Yankees will announce they've re-signed their closer. Reports are two sides working out a one-year deal worth $10 million with the official announcement to come tomorrow. A nice late present for Mo, who turns 43 today. Knicks and Nets both with the night off tonight, and Rajon Rondo of the Celtics going to be off even longer than that. The league today giving the Boston point guard 2-game suspension for his role in that brawl last night with the Nets. Brooklyn, meanwhile, going to have to deal without Brook Lopez for the next 2 games. Sprained his foot in that win last night, but x-rays were negative. A couple of weeks ago, the Atlanta Falcons lost their first game of the season. That to the Saints tonight. Go for some payback against New Orleans. That to open up Week 13 in the NFL on Thursday Night Football. Big East Championship also on the line tonight in college football. That between two teams that can't wait to leave the conference. Rutgers and Louisville, an automatic bid in the BCS on the line there. And a second straight day of face-to-face meetings between the two sides in the NHL lockout. But that's about the only good news today, day 75 of the work stoppage. Sports sponsored by Smart Car. On Humbug this holiday, now you can lease the gas-sipping Smart for 2 Pure Coupe for just $99 a month with only $9.99 down plus acquisition fee. Give us a shout at 1-800-SMART-USA for terms and restrictions and to see if you qualify. Smart, unscrooge, uncar. Sports 15 and 45, Gordon Damer, WCBS 880 Sports.
WCBS News Time, 5:47.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
WCBS News Time, 5:48. Time for traffic and weather together on the 8th.
And back up to McDonald's McCafe, Chopper 880, Tom Kaminsky.
All right, Wayne, some big delays along Route 287 in the Piscataway areas, as though the crowd headed over to the Rutgers game wasn't enough. We had a lot of problems now on the northbound side of 287 at exit 8 in Piscataway. A collision there, heavy from at least 5 Stelton Road, and then stays heavy right up through 13. Southbound is loaded up from 17 right on down to exit 10. Northbound 18 at Route 1 in New Brunswick. We have a collision there. One lane is now blocked. We go over to the outbound side of the Lincoln Tunnel with about a 20-minute delay. The inbound side, 45 to 60. The outbound Holland Tunnel, a 60-minute delay there. And the inbound side, about a 25-minute wait. Still very heavy on the west side. 70s on up the east side from at least the 130s. And the Major Deegan from about the 130s, 140s up to the outbound side of the George Washington Bridge. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe, Chopper 880. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
And let's get a check of our 5-day forecast now. Pretty chilly one, though. Here's meteorologist Craig Allen.
It's fair and cold for tonight. You're right. 30 to 35 in and near the city and 20s in most of the suburbs tonight. So another cold start to the day tomorrow and probably won't get much higher than today. It will be in the low, perhaps middle 40s before the clouds start increasing and thickening up. Tomorrow night, a bit of spotty light precip. That would most likely be some light rain or drizzle, perhaps some wet snowflakes mixed in north and west. And that goes into Saturday morning. It's not a lot. It's not a storm. Mostly cloudy Saturday afternoon, high in the mid-40s. The good news is that after this warm front goes by that's causing it, we should break out into temperatures in the 50s for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, maybe even close to 60. 41 now, humidity 51%, southwest wind gusting up to about 21 miles per hour. Tonight's going to be cold again, though, 30
back in 2000. 113 people died. CBS News travel editor Peter Greenberg, tell us about today's court decision and why it's big news for Continental, which wasn't even the plane that crashed.
It's important because if you go back to the actual case itself, you have a plane that was manufactured in France, flown by an airline based in France at a French airport, and they indicted and later found liable Continental Airlines for manslaughter in the deaths of 113 people. Why? Because there was evidence to suggest that a Continental Airlines DC-10 that was taking off before the Concorde dropped a strip of titanium metal on the ground on the runway that the Concorde then hit, which started a chain of events that resulted in the crash of the plane. Now, the evidence suggests something else. The evidence suggests that while there was that strip of metal on the ground and that the Concorde did hit it, the Concorde was actually overweight. It was overfueled. It had defective tires. There were parts missing. And right before they took off, the pilot received information from the tower that the wind direction had changed and there was now a tailwind, and he chose to ignore that and take off into a tailwind, which any pilot will tell you don't do. So the French government decided, in the case of the courts, to ignore this evidence and to also ignore the testimony of 5 very credible eyewitnesses, 2 pilots and 3 airport French firemen who saw the same thing from different vantage points at the same time. And what did they see? They saw smoke on the plane and fire from the plane before the plane could have ever hit that metal strip. What today's ruling does is it overturns that lower court ruling and places the blame at least away from Continental Airlines and points the fingers where they should be pointed.
Continental was really hung out to dry all these years.
They were hung out to dry. In fact, their executives couldn't even go to France for fear of being arrested. But you know what? They put up a good fight. They appealed the case. And in a very surprising turn of events today, a French Court of Appeals overturned that original conviction, which is elating, of course, the parent company now of Continental, which is called United Airlines.
Right. Wow, what a fascinating story. CBS News travel editor Peter Greenberg. Thank you, Peter.
You got it.
I'm Paul Murnane with Dish and Digital, sponsored by B&H Photo and Video, New York's ultimate camera authority. Laptop shopping this holiday season might be a bit overwhelming thanks to all the new models sporting the new Windows 8. As our Dish and Digital guide to the holidays continues, CNET senior editor Dan Ackerman says expect to spend a few $100s for a good Windows machine.
You really want to look for something that's probably more in the $500, $600, maybe $700 range.
Or from Nilay Patel at The Verge.
If price is no object, the new 15-inch MacBook Pro with a Retina display is the best laptop probably ever made. It has an amazing screen.
And Techno Buffalo President John Rettinger likes a Windows machine that can really bend. The Yoga series from Lenovo.
They come in an 11.6-inch edition or a 13.3-inch edition. And they work like traditional laptops, but you can fold them end over end. So you've got the screen on one side, the keyboard on the other, and you can use it completely as a tablet.
Edition Digital, I'm Paul Murnane. And for more, visit cbsnewyork.com/Edition Digital.
Mercy College is the one to watch. Rated A by Standard & Poor's. Nationally recognized programs in some of the hottest professional fields around. Come to Mercy Mondays this fall and find out how easy it is to get your master's degree and re-energize your career. Mercy Mondays. More than 25 graduate degree programs, all designed for working people. Nights, weekends, and online. Come to Mercy Mondays for graduate days at our campuses in Dobbs Ferry, the Bronx, and Manhattan. And find out about the quality, affordable graduate education at Mercy College. The one to watch at mercy.edu.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
WCBS News Time, 5:55. Time for business. Sponsored by Cone Resnick.
And here's Mike Weinstein at the Wall Street Journal.
And Linda, the market finished higher. The Dow Jones Industrial Average climbing 36 points to close over 13,000 at 13,021. The Nasdaq Composite was up 20 points, and the S&P 500 gained 6. I'm Mike Weinstein at the Wall Street Journal for WCBS News Radio 880. Now it's time to head to CNBC and check in with Tyler Matheson with your money.
These days, Wall Street is watching Washington. So are savers and investors like you. Down in D.C., where I reported from yesterday, the Pauls are negotiating what combination of spending cuts and revenue increases might help the country avert the so-called fiscal cliff. That, of course, is the budgetary doomsday scenario of tax hikes and spending cuts that will hit January 1st absent a deal. Now, what's been happening the past couple of days is that the stock market has been reacting to every utterance at the other end of the Acela train line. The president sounds hopeful. The market goes up. Speaker Boehner says he's disappointed. The market swoons. Now, you know, I've said before that I think it's a bad idea to make investment moves based on political possibilities. I still do. But I do say this. If you've got stocks, bonds, or mutual funds you're thinking about selling at a profit soon, there's no reason not to do it before year end. That way, your profits are sure not to be taxed more than 15%. With your money, I'm Tyler Matheson, CNBC Radio.
I heard it can make you sick and miserable.
I heard it can make kids so sick they have to go to a hospital.
I heard it could put the health of pregnant women in danger.
If you have something like diabetes or you're an older adult, I heard it can kill.
If you heard that influenza can seriously threaten your health, you heard right. Influenza can strike anyone, and when it does, it makes people sick, putting tens of thousands in the hospital. In New York City, over 1,000 people die from influenza every year. So who needs a flu vaccine? Everyone does, but anyone 50 or older, or children younger than 5, people who have long-term health problems or are pregnant are especially at risk. Vaccination is a safe and simple way to protect yourself and your loved ones. Flu vaccine is easy to find. Ask your doctor, call 311 or visit nyc.gov and search for flu. A message from the New York City Health Department.
WCBS News Time, 5:58.
Time for traffic and weather together on the 8th. Up in McDonald's McCafe Chopper 880. Here's Tom Kaminsky.
All right, let's get an update here, Linda, along Route 287. It is absolutely jammed from exit 4 in South Plainfield up here toward River Road and Piscataway. A lot of this going over to Rutgers traffic or going over to Rutgers, and then this traffic continues up toward the area of Weston Canal Road, just shakes loose. River Road is absolutely stopped getting down toward the stadium. Now we take it back over to the outbound Lincoln with about a 15-minute delay. Inbound side 45 to 60. The outbound Holland with a 45 to 60-minute delay. The inbound side with a 20 to 25-minute delay. Loaded up through Queens on the LIE in the Grand Central into Nassau County, right out toward the area of 106.7. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe Shopper 880. John Grimmeyer with the Mass Transit Update.
We have some leftover delays on the 2s and 3s because of an earlier smoke condition at Borough Hall, but these are leftover delays. The smoke condition cleared. We're sponsored by Constant Contact. If you ever feel like you've hit a roadblock when marketing your small business, Constant Contact can help you cross that barrier with easy-to-use tools that grow your business. You can learn more at ConstantContact.com. Here's WCBS Pinpoint Weather.
40 degrees and enough of a breeze to make the wind chill feel like it's down closer to 32, right around the freezing mark. Another cold night, 30 to 35 overall, and 20s for many of the suburbs. Tomorrow, sun followed by increasing clouds. Like today, just low to mid-40s. Normal high should be about 47, 8, 9, in that range, depending upon where you are. And then tomorrow night, just a touch of spotty light precip, ending Saturday morning, mostly cloudy in the afternoon, mid-40s. Sunday will get milder, though. Sunday's high are up around 55. Once again in the city, though, right now it's clear, and it's 40.
News, traffic, and weather. On air, online. We are News Radio, WCBS New York.
Minute before 6 on Thursday evening, I'm Wayne Cabot.
I'm Linda Lopez. Here's the latest from the WCBS newsroom. New Jersey's state Senate president tells WCBS the state needs to push the minimum wage up $1.25 to $8.50 an hour.
There's no room to compromise.
The state Senate passed the bill in a party line vote this afternoon.
The New York City cop, famous after a picture of him buying boots for a homeless man hits the internet, tells his story.
When I brought out the shoes, it was just smile ear to ear.
Over objections from the U.S. and from Israel, the UN votes to give the Palestinians state observer status.
And in sports, the Yankees are reportedly close to a one-year, $10 million deal with Mariano Rivera.
WCBS News Time, 6 o'clock.
CBS News. I'm Harley Carnes. Palestinians in the West Bank are celebrating the vote just an hour ago at the United Nations General Assembly.
138. Opposed, 9.
The vote in favor of granting the Palestinian Authority observer state status at the UN. Before the vote, Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas, here's the interpreter.
The international community now stands before the last chance to save the two-state solution.
Israel's ambassador Ron Prosor.
President Abbas described today's proceeding as historic, but the only thing historic about the speech is how much it ignored history.
U.S. Ambassador Susan Rice.
Today's grand pronouncements will soon fade, and the Palestinian people will wake up tomorrow and find that little about their lives has changed.
She said a two-state solution cannot be won at the UN, only at the negotiating table. Democrats and Republicans on Capitol Hill have been making the same criticism of the other. Where are the specifics? CBS's Jill Jackson says today the White House sent some.
Treasury Secretary Tim Geithner brought a White House offer to Capitol Hill today to offer to Republicans. It's a $4 trillion deficit reduction package, and $1.6 trillion of that would be tax increases, $400 billion in savings from Medicare and other entitlements, and $50 billion in infrastructure spending, along with an extension of unemployment benefits.
Illegal immigrants in Arizona are saying the state must give them a driver's license if they participate in a federal work permit program.
Immigrant rights groups have filed a lawsuit to overturn Governor Jan Brewer's executive order denying driver's licenses to so-called dreamers who have been approved for federal work permits under President Obama's Deferred Action Program.
This is yet another example of the state of Arizona thumbing its nose at the federal government.
Alessandria Solar of the ACLU of Arizona says these young people are being treated unequally. Arizona does grant driver's licenses to other immigrants with the same employment authorization. Greg Paul for CBS News, Phoenix.
A new study says polar ice sheets in Greenland and in Antarctica are melting 3 times faster than just 2 decades ago.
It would be about 20 feet of sea level rise if all of it were to melt. Nobody's thinking that that's going to happen very quickly, but what we're seeing is the early stages of the loss of a lot of ice in Greenland.
That's Ted Scambos at the National Snow and Ice Data Center in Colorado. He says reversing course will be very difficult. The first soil analysis from Mars and the rover Curiosity is disappointing. No Martians, not even microscopic, no definitive signs of organic material so far. On Wall Street, the Dow gained 36 points, NASDAQ up 20, oil prices nearly $88 a barrel. This is CBS News.
Attention homeowners, if your home has lost value and you now owe more than your home is worth, please listen carefully to this very important message. If you purchased a home or refinanced your loan before June of 2009, Quicken Loans may now be able to help you refinance at today's incredibly low interest rates, even if you owe more than your home is worth. This is Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I want to let you know that on September 14th of this year, the government announced changes that may allow you to refinance even if your home has lost value. So if your current mortgage is higher than 3.99%, please call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN. Even if you owe more than your home is worth, you may now be able to refinance at today's incredibly low rates. Again, if you've been unable to refinance because you owe more than your home is worth and your rate is above 3.99%, call 800-QUICKEN now and let us help you take advantage of this unique opportunity.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
Live from the CBS Hudson Square Broadcast Center in Manhattan, we are News Radio, WCBS HD and WCBS FM HD3, New York.
Clear and cold, 40 in New York City. That wind, about 20 miles an hour out of the southwest, it goes right through you when it blows. Fair and cold tonight, lows in the 20s. Tomorrow, some sunshine. WCBS News Time, 6:04.
Well, on a party line vote in Trenton, the state Senate passed a bill raising the minimum wage by 17% to $8.50 an hour. State Senate President Steve Sweeney says a constitutional amendment proposal that will put the minimum wage to the people of New Jersey is on the way.
There's no room to compromise. I mean, I firmly believe the working poor shouldn't wait for elected officials every 7 years to have their conscience bother them. So the governor can go ahead and veto it.
The state assembly passed a virtually identical bill in the spring.
We've seen the picture of his kindness, a New York City police officer giving a pair of boots to a homeless man who happened to be shoeless in Times Square. Well, this afternoon we heard from the officer about that very frigid night a couple of weeks back. WCBS reporter Marla Diamond talked to him.
It was a frigid night, November 14th, when Officer Larry DePrimo came across an elderly man with no shoes and blisters on his feet walking through Times Square.
I went up to him and I was like, where are your shoes? He's like, it's okay, officer. He's like, I've never had a pair of shoes. He's like, but God bless you, thank you for doing what you're doing.
That was it. The 25-year-old officer went to the Skechers shoe store nearby and bought the man a $100 pair of all-weather boots.
When I brought out the shoes, it was just smile ear to ear. So it was absolutely amazing.
DePrimo told no one but his mom.
I didn't see anybody there at that time. I didn't even know somebody had taken a picture.
That picture has garnered DePrimo the admiration of millions and a hearty thanks and a pair of gold cufflinks from the police commissioner. At police headquarters, Marla Diamond, WCBS 880 News.
Connecticut's governor is asking for over $3 billion in federal aid to help upgrade the state's infrastructure after the damage from Sandy, Irene, and the October snowstorm last year. A large part of the money would go toward upgrading the power grid and moving some power lines underground.
Red tape is being cut in New York to try to help speed up the payment of insurance claims to victims of Sandy. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo has been meeting with insurance companies about changes that the governor says should cut the time New Yorkers have to wait to see an adjuster in half. New York is also creating an online system that'll grade the insurance companies.
WCBS News Time, 6:07. We'll check traffic and weather together. That's coming up next.
It's Nissan's season to save now with unforgettable deals, like the season's best offers on Nissan's fuel-efficient line of innovative vehicles. 'Tis the season to save big. Visit ChooseNissan.com or your local Nissan dealer. Hurry, holiday offers end November 30th.
42, 43, $2.43.
My girls are trying to break into the lemonade biz. It's rough out there. I told them to use email marketing from Constant Contact. It was the right choice for growing my small business, Go Time Fitness. Email really works because you know people are checking their inbox every day. Here comes the competition.
With email marketing from Constant Contact, you'll have the tools to easily create custom emails that will work for your business. Plans start as low as $15 per month at ConstantContact.com.
Look. It's Lord Horsey. They say he has instant access to a wealth of entertainment. A most appropriate suitor. He is of Netflix. Lavishes $8 a month on thousands of TV episodes and movies. I heard he watches them over the internet.
Pish posh, it's the 1700s. Internet doesn't exist yet.
Oh, do hush, child.
Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month with Netflix. Start your free trial today. See terms of use.
WCBS News Time 6:08, traffic and weather together, sponsored by BMW of Manhattan.
And taking a look from McDonald's McCafe Chop Rate 80 up above, here's Tom Kaminsky.
All right, Linda, let's get an update in Brooklyn. BQE southbound side, we're heavy, actually from the area of Queens Boulevard on down through Cadman Plaza. We have a collision. The left lane is blocked there. More delays as you continue on to the outbound Gowanus, out toward Industry City and out toward the Belt Parkway. West side, northbound 70s on up. East side from the 90s, Deegan from the 130s. Outbound Holland 60. Inbound side at about 25 to 30 from either approach. The outbound Lincoln at 15. The inbound side, though, 45 to 60 minutes. We go to New Jersey. We are jammed on Route 287 northbound from Route 1 all the way up to exit 9 in Piscataway. Combination of Rutgers football volume, and we had an earlier collision in that area, now cleared. Stays heavy even past that up toward the area of Weston Canal Road. Southbound's heavy from 17 right on down through 9. Route 1, lots of heavy volume from the Garden State Parkway over to Route 287, and then more delays at Route 18. We also had a separate collision on 18, which is jammed anyway with football volume, but it is still loaded up in the area of Route 1, but a collision there has now also been cleared. Westchester and Rockland northbound thruway is slow. First off, 287 delays in through White Plains, and then linking up with the thruway. Stop and go across the span, then more delays northbound of Rockland right up towards the Palisades. Connecticut Turnpike out of Stamford up through Norwalk, and again in through 18 Westport, and again at 26 in Bridgeport. Out to Long Island, very heavy on the LIE. It is all volume, but loaded up out through 106.7, again at 110, and again out toward Betts Highway. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's, McCafe, Shopper 880. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
Craig Allen, I had to use the ice scraper this morning on the windshield.
And you might again tomorrow morning, even though it's a little gusty out there now. It is going to generally be clear during the night, and temperatures will drop pretty quickly as soon as the wind dies down. 30 to 35 around the city, and the boroughs 20s for most of the suburbs. Tomorrow, sun giving way to increasing clouds, highs in the low to mid-40s. Tomorrow night, a little bit of spotty precip here and there. Some light rain, drizzle, maybe some wet snowflakes inland. Tomorrow night's low 30, 35 again. And then Saturday, mostly cloudy in the afternoon. It's still rather chilly, just in the mid-40s. Warm-up, nice little warm-up, begins starting Sunday. 40 degrees, humidity 55%, southwest wind 10 to 18 miles per hour. And again, tonight's low around the city, 30 to 35. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
WCBS News Time, 6:10. A month after Sandy struck, some New Jersey lawmakers went on a bus tour today to get a look at the damage left behind by the storm in Ocean County. WCBS reporter Levon Putney went along for the ride.
What struck me on this bus tour with state lawmakers is just how quiet it is around the Ocean County shore communities like Seaside Heights, Brick, and Mantaloking.
There's somebody here, other than the workers.
Homes now rubble, flooded out, burned down, leaning over off their foundations.
Watch you step over there.
The boardwalk is warped and broken up in spots at the casino pier in Seaside Heights, where 5 of the amusement park rides fell into the Atlantic, including that iconic image of the Jetstar roller coaster.
It's shocking. I mean, you see the pictures and you expect something, but when you're actually here, it's sort of overwhelming.
Union County Assemblywoman Nancy Munoz.
Looking at this wood and the power that must have had to take this and take it into the ocean is just amazing.
The lawmakers getting an up-close view before they get to work on measures to help in the recovery. On the bus tour in Seaside Heights, Levon Putney, WCBS 880 News.
The commission in New York that's been investigating the way utilities have been handling Sandy wants to hear from local transit authorities next. The Moreland Commission has sent letters to the Port Authority and the MTA asking for some key documents. It's already sent subpoenas to New York State power companies.
WCBS reporter Peter Haskell is on Staten Island today talking to homeowners about Sandy who are still in limbo.
Michael Gaddy's brother is cutting wood for an outdoor wood-burning stove. His house here in Midland Beach was destroyed, and he put up a tent.
The city was coming to knock down houses, so, I wasn't going to let that happen.
After 32 years here, he lost everything.
It's a terrible shock, and I don't wish it on anybody.
His insurance company won't help.
The full replacement value that we had on the house only covers the house if it burns down. I mean, we don't read the small print, but I guess shame on us.
They're basically saying you've got nothing.
That's correct.
A month after the storm, his future is still uncertain. On Staten Island, Peter Haskell, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time, 6:13.
It's Nissan's season to save now with unforgettable deals like the season's best offers on Nissan's fuel-efficient line of innovative vehicles. 'Tis the season to save big. Visit ChooseNissan.com or your local Nissan dealer. Hurry, holiday offers end November 30th.
Mercy College is the one to watch. Rated A by Standard & Poor's. Nationally recognized programs in some of the hottest professional fields around. Come to Mercy Mondays this fall and find out how easy it is to get your master's degree and re-energize your career. Mercy Mondays. More than 25 graduate degree programs, all designed for working people, nights, weekends, and online. Come to Mercy Mondays for graduate days at our campuses in Dobbs Ferry, the Bronx, and Manhattan. And find out about the quality, affordable graduate education at Mercy College. The one to watch at mercy.edu.
'Tis the season for giving, which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Local's Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanshop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanshop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
Do you owe the IRS back taxes? Do you have 3 or more years of unfiled tax returns? Here at Expert Tax Advisors, we specialize in tax liens, back taxes, tax debt, wage garnishment, and collections. We have successfully mitigated these and many other technical tax issues for years. If you owe the IRS $7,500 or more, you need aggressive representation. We will contact the IRS on your behalf within 30 minutes of you becoming a client, and that's guaranteed. Protect your home, business, and family from tax liens, back taxes, tax debt, wage garnishment, and collections. Call us today, 800-253-3917, and find the peace of mind knowing the IRS will not be knocking on your door. Call now for your free, no-obligation consultation, 800-253-3917. That's 800-253-3917. Remember, we will contact the IRS on your behalf within 30 minutes of you becoming a client of Expert Tax Advisors. Call 800-253-3917.
40 degrees, clear skies right now in Midtown, and it gets cold tonight. 30s in the cities, 20s in the suburbs. We'll get your 5-day forecast in 3 minutes.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at CBSNewYork.com. Wherever you are, we are. New York's News Radio, WCBS 880.
Good evening. I'm Linda Lopez.
And I'm Wayne Cabot. Good to have you with us. Coming up here on WCBS News Radio.
Fighting wrinkles with heat.
Pat Farnack will be here telling us how that works, and she's so smooth, so it must work. That's in 5 minutes.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 36 points today, got above 13,000, closed at 13,021. Business news in 10 minutes.
WCBS News Time, 6:15. Gordon Damer has WCBS Sports.
Well, Wayne, he missed almost all last season, but when it comes to Mariano Rivera, looks like he's ready to go for next year. Mo and the Yanks reportedly agreeing on the parameters of a new one-year contract worth $10 million. Mo pitched just 8 innings last year before he tore his ACL. An official announcement on that contract extension should be made tomorrow. Knicks and Nets, both with the night off tonight. League has suspended Rajon Rondo with the Celtics 2 games. That for his role in that brawl last night against Brooklyn. Meanwhile, Brook Lopez going to miss the next 2 games for the Nets. Sprained his foot in that win last night. Only 2 games on the NBA scheduled tonight, but one of them real good. The 13-3 Spurs facing off against the Heat in Miami, where they are yet to lose this year. Good game. Yeah, except the one thing. Greg Popovich, the Spurs head coach, has decided he's going to sit out Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, and Manu Ginobili all in the same game, basically his entire team. Since Week 6 of last year, the Atlanta Falcons 0-3 against the Saints, 18-1 against everyone else. We'll see how they fare tonight. Atlanta hosts New Orleans to open up Week 13 of the season. Over at Giants camp today, club getting ready for Washington game on Monday night. Kenny Phillips did sit out practice today, but Tom Coughlin does expect him to practice tomorrow. Big game in college football tonight. That for Rutgers. They take on Louisville. A win gives the Scarlet Knights the Big East title and an automatic BCS bid. And the latest round of meetings in the NHL lockout have ended for the day. No new meetings are scheduled as of right now. But the NHL commissioner, Gary Bettman, has suggested that the players and owners hold a private meeting without the involvement of the league or the union. Sports 15 and 45, Gordon Damer, WCBS 880 Sports.
WCBS News Time, 6:18. Time for traffic and weather. Together on the 8th, we're heading up to McDonald's McCafe Chopper 880. What do you see, Tom Kaminsky?
All right, Linda, let's go back over to the delays at the outbound side of the Holland Tunnel. At least a 45 to 60-minute delay, but the inbound side, about a 25 to 30-minute wait for me to approach the Lincoln. 15 out, and inbound side, a 45-minute delay. BQE southbound, still loaded up Queens Boulevard on down through Cadman Plaza, with a collision still being worked on at that spot. One lane is blocked. Northbound west side, lots of volume. 70 up to the outbound GWB in the east side, from the 90s up to the 130s, and again, more delays getting up to the outbound side of the GWB. Just getting an update now, southbound side of the BQE. All lanes now just reopened at Cadman Plaza, with that collision now finally cleared. Travel lanes there are open. Northbound New York State Freeway is slow getting to and across the Tappan Zee, and then more delays continuing right up toward the Palisades Parkway. We go back over to Route 287, which has been absolutely jammed tonight from Route 1 right up toward the area of Exit 9 and Piscataway. Combination of volume and volume heading over to the Rutgers game, and now some more trouble on the northbound side at Route 22 at Exit 14. We now have a collision being worked on. One lane is blocked there. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe Chopper 880. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
Let's go to the Weather Center. Chief Meteorologist Craig Allen.
And fair and cold weather overnight, 30 to 35. That's for the city and the boroughs, and 20s in most of the suburbs. A cold start again tomorrow. The sun will give way to increasing clouds, so we won't even be able to get that temperature up too high. Low to mid-40s. Tomorrow night, just a bit of spotty light rain, drizzle, a couple wet snowflakes in the inland areas, and that goes into Saturday morning, then just mostly cloudy Saturday afternoon, high in the mid-40s. But here we go. The Land Rover Tri-State Retailers 5-day forecast. Clouds and some sun for Sunday, and definitely milder. High near 55. There's a chance of a shower Sunday night. Monday, some sun. Even milder, 55 to 60. And another run at 60 by Tuesday. 40 now, humidity 55%, wind chills already down to 33. This is a cold night as temperatures drop to around freezing. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
WCBS News Time, 6:20.
It's Nissan's season to save now with unforgettable deals, like the season's best offers on Nissan's fuel-efficient line of innovative vehicles. 'Tis the season to save big. Visit ChooseNissan.com or your local Nissan dealer. Hurry, holiday offers end November 30th.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
According to the FBI Uniform Crime Report, there are over 5,000 robberies every day. Your home could be at risk of being burglarized. Protect your loved ones and home today. Call now for licenses and to find out more. The call is free, 1-800-285-9584. That's 1-800-285-9584. Again, 1-800-285-9584. $99 installation charge. 36-month monitoring agreement at $36.99 per month. Payment by credit card or electronic bank account charge. For new homeowner customers with satisfactory credit history only. Local permit fees may be required. Certain restrictions apply. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
WCBS News Time, 6:21. We're not reproducing as fast as we have been.
Apparently not. America's birth rate has hit an all-time low, down 8% between 2007 and 2010. And Gretchen Livingston, senior researcher at the Pew Research Center, says there may be a big reason.
We think that the most recent declines, that is, the declines that have happened really quickly since 2007, might be related to the economic declines that have occurred at about the same time.
Babies born to American-born women were down 6%, down 14% among women born outside the United States.
Even more dramatic are the declines for Mexican foreign-born women. Their birth rates have declined 23% from just 2007 to 2010.
Declining birth rates could put even more economic pressure on the workforce as baby boomer generation ages and retires.
State senators in New Jersey have a vote today to make it more expensive to get married in the state, but also make it easier to undo a marriage. This bill would double the fee for a marriage license to $60 and would also allow annulments within 30 days if requested by either side. It would also apply to civil unions of same-sex couples. The bill's already been passed by the Assembly.
Plans are moving forward to put a new wireless network in Grand Central Terminal and the Park Avenue Tunnel. The MTA now says they've taken a big step, announcing that Verizon, AT&T, Sprint, and T-Mobile have contracted with Ericsson to design and install a network. But here's the catch. 2 more years before you can Google anything. That's how long it'll take to finish the network.
I'll be all old and wrinkly by then.
Fighting wrinkles with heat. I'm Pat Farnack with the WCBS Health and Wellbeing Report, sponsored by the Valley Hospital in Ridgewood, New Jersey. It's not a facelift, but rejuvenation, a non-surgical way to, they say, turn back the hands of time. Park Avenue Dr. Scott Wells says it's done with ultrasound, and it's called therapy, which
create a tightening of the skin and the ligaments underneath the skin, kind of like reinforcing the girders of a building. We can tighten this all up and firm it up, and it gives a very significant improvement in rejuvenation.
Who would be a candidate for therapy?
People who are in their late 40s, 50s, early 60s, where they're starting to see that little bit of laxity in the neck, what we call the jowls. These are candidates who really do well with a single trip to the therapy machine to get one of these tightening procedures.
The entire interview at cbsnewyork.com/health and wellbeing. I'm Pat Farnack, WCB. Yes, 880.
WCBS News Time 625, business sponsored by Eisner Amper, and here's Mike Weinstein at the Wall Street Journal.
And Wayne, the market finished higher thanks to some positive economic news we heard earlier today. And despite a lack of progress in fiscal cliff talks in Washington, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 36 points to close at 13,021. Yes, above the 13,000 mark. The Nasdaq Composite was up 20, and the S&P 500 gained 6. A month after the Microsoft Surface tablet hit the market, the tech giant announced that the Pro version will be available come January. Look for a price tag of around $900 for the 64-gigabyte version, which is targeted more for business than personal use. And Irving Picard, who is trying to return money to investors who were ripped off on the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme, he is looking for approval from the bankruptcy court to collect legal fees for his law firm. Picard is asking for $61.7 million to cover the nearly 180,000 hours of work performed earlier this year. And we did the math. It works out to around $345 an hour. Picard has already returned $2.4 billion to Madoff's victims. Again, the Dow finished higher by 36 points. I'm Mike Weinstein at the Wall Street Journal for WCBS News Radio 880.
WCBS News Time 626.
It's Nissan's season to save now with unforgettable deals, like the season's best offers on Nissan's fuel-efficient line of innovative vehicles. 'Tis the season to save big. Visit ChooseNissan.com or your local Nissan dealer. Hurry, holiday offers end November 30th.
Mercy College is the one to watch. Rated A by Standard & Poor's. Nationally recognized programs in some of the hottest professional fields around. Come to Mercy Mondays this fall and find out how easy it is to get your master's degree and re-energize your career. Mercy Mondays. More than 25 graduate degree programs, all designed for working people, nights, weekends, and online. Come to Mercy Mondays for graduate days at our campuses in Dobbs Ferry, the Bronx, and Manhattan. And find out about the quality, affordable graduate education at Mercy College. The one to watch at mercy.edu.
'Tis the season for giving, which means you have to find some awesome gifts for the sports fans in your life. With CBS Locals Fan Shop, not only can you find great team gear, but you can also save money. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10 to get an additional 10% off. Get tremendous gifts for the sports fan on your shopping list at CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more.
Guys, you've heard about Ageless Male, the natural supplement that helps boost testosterone levels within normal, healthy ranges. But now, the best testosterone product is even better. New and improved Ageless Male can help you feel more like you used to in your active life and in your romantic life. Because our upgraded formula has been clinically shown to increase your drive, desire, and performance. That's right, guys. Ageless Male has been clinically shown to boost performance. Cancel your plans this weekend. You're staying in. If you're ready to recapture the drive from your youth, now is the time to try Ageless Male because it's available risk-free. But you must call now. Just call 1-800-249-1889. Be the guy you used to be. Just call 1-800-249-1889. 1-800-249-1889. 1-800-249-1889.
WCBS News Time, 6:28. It's traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 8s. Here's Tom Kaminsky in McDonald's McCafe, Chopper 880.
All right, Wayne, some late trouble now on the Connecticut Turnpike. Northbound side, we're loaded up from 9 in Stamford, right up through 27 in Bridgeport, with the collision being worked on. One lane's blocked. The Merritt Parkway, the Post Road, will be slightly better for you. We're jammed in New Jersey on the northbound side of Route 287 from Route 1, now all the way up to exit 14 in Bridgewater, with a late collision being worked on. Jammed on Route 18, also jammed on Route 1 between the Garden State Parkway and 287, and very heavy out toward that area of Route 18 as well. BQE southbound, Cadman Plaza, we had a collision at that spot, now cleared. Travel lanes have been reopened. The outbound side of the Holland Tunnel still a 45 to 60 minute delay. The inbound side at 30. The Lincoln about 15 minutes out. Inbound side 45 to 60. I'm Tom Kaminsky, McDonald's McCafe, Chopper 880, and John Grimmeyer with Mass Transit Update.
Right, overall, the subway is pretty good. The 2s and 3s are back on. They had a smoke incident earlier, but everything else seems to be okay. The windy conditions at Newark still continuing. Arrival flights delayed about 30 minutes. We're sponsored by Allstate. Who says you can't get rewarded for driving safely? With Allstate, you get a check in the mail twice a year. Every year you don't have an accident. To get a quote, talk to an Allstate agent today. Are you in good hands? Here's WCBS Pinpoint Weather.
Yeah, 40 degrees now and a fair cold night coming up, 30 to 35 for the city and the boroughs, and 20s in the suburbs as the breeze dies down tomorrow. The sun gives way to increasing clouds, so it doesn't get much of a chance to warm up. Highs in the low to mid-40s. Just a touch of spotty light precip tomorrow night, a little light rain, drizzle, some wet snowflakes. And then Saturday afternoon, mostly cloudy, mid-40s, but Sunday, as the sun breaks through, we should climb to about 55. 40 now, humidity 55%, going down to 30 to 35. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
The CBS Evening News with Scott Pelley is next. Then we'll follow these top stories.
We just learned Dominique Strauss-Kahn, the ex-head of the IMF, has reached a settlement with the Manhattan hotel maid who accused him of trying to rape her.
New Jersey State Senate this afternoon passes a bill boosting the minimum wage 17%.
The New York City police officer, now famous after a picture of him giving boots to a homeless man, hit the internet, says he didn't realize anybody was watching him.
WCBS News Time, 6:30. I'm Linda Lopez.
And I'm Wayne Cabot. Let's go to the CBS Evening News.
Tonight, a surprising surge. The economy is growing faster than we thought. Anthony Mason on whether it can last. The UN votes on whether to recognize Palestine as a state. Jim Axelrod is at the UN. Alan Pizzi is with the Palestinians. We knew the polar ice was melting, but today we learned how fast.
We're seeing it here. There's no denying it any longer.
Ben Tracy in Los Angeles on the danger to America's coasts. And retiring the Enterprise. David Martin on the biggest battle the warship ever fought. A battle for survival.
We had to do what we had to do. We had to save the ship.
This is the CBS Evening News with Scott Pelley. Good evening. The U.S. economy is looking significantly stronger tonight than it did just a short while ago. Have a look. The government revised its estimate of third quarter growth from 2% to 2.7%. That means the economy was growing more than twice as fast in the third quarter as it was in the second, when growth was just 1.3%. So, are we turning a corner, or is this a one-quarter wonder? We asked Anthony Mason to find out.
Business is looking rosy at the internet retailer Wine.com. New York General Manager Chris Boone is expecting a strong holiday season.
From Thanksgiving on, we got our running shoes on and we're running and hustling.
Wine.com just had a huge third quarter. Sales jumped 15%, and the company recently expanded into a new warehouse.
The old warehouse that we had was 15,000 square feet. This current one here is 30,000, and it's great for us. It's great for business, and I'm happy to see the growth.
Across the U.S., economic signals are improving. Pending home sales, which track contract signings, jumped to their highest level in 6 years. Another sign a housing recovery is building. Does that mean the housing market can actually start contributing to economic growth again?
It already is. It already is, and that should help jobs. And you have feedback effects that, should ripple through the economy.
Economist Michael Darda with MKM Partners believes housing will be one of the pillars of an improving economy in 2013.
That's helping consumer confidence. That's helping banks. We have the Fed adding stimulus. So I think next year is going to be a pretty good year.
A pretty good year, Darda says, if Washington can avoid the automatic tax increases and federal budget cuts that are scheduled to kick in at the end of this year. The holiday shopping season has gotten off to a strong start, but economists expect fourth quarter growth will be weaker, in part due to the impact of Hurricane Sandy.
Thanks, Anthony. So can Washington make a deal on the budget and avoid those tax increases? We're getting our first look tonight at President Obama's proposal and the Republican reaction. Major Garrett is at the White House for us tonight. Major?
Scott, the first hard numbers from the White House to resolve the fiscal cliff crisis landed with a thud on Capitol Hill. Congressional Republicans called it an insulting joke. Here's the big picture. $4 trillion of deficit reduction over the next 10 years. It includes $1.6 trillion in higher taxes on households making more than $250,000 a year. There's also $400 billion in cuts to entitlement programs like Medicaid and Medicare, as well as others. There's also some fresh new spending, $50 billion next year in stimulus spending, all for infrastructure. Now, the White House calls this an opening bid. House Republicans call it a rehash of old ideas and also object to the idea of the White House requesting a permanent legislative remedy to raising the debt ceiling. All of it, the Republicans say, rather, is unacceptable. Now, much of this was conveyed in a 28-minute phone conversation yesterday between President Obama and House Speaker John Boehner. Both sides described that conversation, Scott, as direct and candid. Those are words customarily reserved for diplomacy between sworn adversaries. And tonight, that might be where we are.
Major, thanks very much. Now, have a look at these two pictures. President Obama and Mitt Romney at the final debate, the last time they shook hands until today, when the president hosted a kind of bury the hatchet lunch at the White House. The two men promised to work together on shared concerns if the opportunity arises. The United Nations voted overwhelmingly this afternoon to recognize the Palestinian territories as a state, something Palestinians have sought for generations, but a diplomatic setback for the U.S. and Israel. The territories on the West Bank of the Jordan River and along the Gaza Strip are home to Palestinians displaced by the war that created Israel in 1948. Today's vote doesn't create an independent Palestine. That would have to come in negotiations with Israel. Jim Axelrod is at the UN for us tonight. Jim?
Well, Scott, the Palestinian Authority becomes just the second non-member state designated by the United Nations. The Vatican is the other. The Palestinians are viewing this elevation of status as an historic step, just to have any kind of recognition of statehood. Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, who was also the first Palestinian Authority Prime Minister, rejected last-minute appeals from the United States to reconsider his push for this recognition.
The United Nations General Assembly is called upon today to issue a birth certificate of the reality of the state of Palestine.
Now, we are not talking about full status as a United Nations member nation. That would require the approval of the Security Council, and the United States has already promised to veto that. U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, Scott, is calling today's vote counterproductive and unfortunate and places further obstacles in the path to peace.
Jim, thank you. Our Alan Pizzi was in the West Bank when word of the vote came through.
The celebration said everything about how much the vote meant to Palestinians. Observer status is still a long way from full member at the UN, but seen from Ramallah's Yasser Arafat Square, it's a huge step forward. According to longtime peace negotiator Hanan Ashrawi, today was all about recognition.
Getting state status is what empowers the Palestinians, what defines our territory as occupied, what defines our relationship regionally and with the rest of the world, and what gives us access to international organizations and agencies.
The Israelis fear that the Palestinians will use their new status to take Israel to the International Criminal Court on charges of war crimes in Gaza and elsewhere, which is why they and the U.S. fought against it. The reality is that little will change in the short term. The Palestinian territory is still a patchwork defined and controlled by Israel. There is no seaport or international airport. Israel restricts where Palestinians may work and travel and controls the economy here by controlling access to markets. Are you more hopeful now than you've ever been in the past, or would that be asking too much?
That would be asking too much. The situation is extremely painful and extremely precarious.
And I therefore formally 65 years ago today, the UN voted to form two separate states here, but the Arabs rejected the plan.
Order, please.
Since then, there have been 4 major wars and countless other bloody conflicts. The people in the square behind me know the UN vote won't bring any kind of durable peace, never mind independence. But for the moment, Palestinians can celebrate a rare victory of diplomacy over violence. Alan Pizzi, CBS News, Ramallah.
Today, we heard for the first time from the Army private charged in one of the biggest security breaches in U.S. history. Bradley Manning told a military court today that he was treated so badly after his arrest in Baghdad that he thought he would die. Manning is charged with sending thousands of classified documents to WikiLeaks, a website that posted them online. If convicted, Manning could face life in prison. The West Coast is bracing tonight for some unusual rough weather. A series of storms is blowing in from the Pacific. There could be as much as 14 inches of rain in California. And Carter Evans is in Forest Hill tonight. Carter?
Scott, meteorologists call storms like this a pineapple express. You could think of it as a river of moisture in the sky, bringing waves of torrential rain from Hawaii to the West Coast. California's coast is already being pounded by waves as high as 15 feet. Heavy rain brought freeway traffic to a standstill. Utility workers are trimming trees and clearing storm drains, preparing for up to a foot of rain. Some areas could see 4 months worth of rainfall in 4 days. But the biggest concern are hillsides like this, burned bare by the summer's wildfires. Without trees to hold the soil, mudslides and flash floods are likely along the West Coast. The ground is already saturated from the first round of this formidable storm, and that could be a big problem when the second storm hits in force tonight. And there'll be little time to recover before the third and perhaps most powerful storm hits on Sunday. Scott?
Carter, thank you.
Let's update traffic and weather together on WCBS, and back over to Tom Kaminsky.
All right, let's go back over to the FDR Drive. Delays now 40s up through the 90s with a collision being worked on there. And then more stop and go 130s up to the outbound George. West side very heavy from the 70s on up. Major Deegan from the 130s. Westbound Cross Bronx end to end. The outbound Holland at last check still about a 45 to 60 minute delay being reported in the inbound side at 20 to 30. The outbound Lincoln at 15 minutes, but the inbound side 45 to 60 minutes. We are jammed on Route 287 in New Jersey. Northbound from Route 1 right up through exit 14 in Bridgewater. A series of collisions there have now been cleared. Lots of heavy volume exiting onto River Road and Piscataway for the Rutgers game. River Road is jammed. Route 18 also jammed. Also Route 1 just very heavy volume from the Garden State Parkway over to 287, and then more delays right in through that area of Route 18. And another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
And now let's get a check of our weather forecast now from Chief Meteorologist Craig Allen.
A fair cold night, 30 to 35 around the city, 20s in most of the suburbs. Tomorrow, the sun will give way to increasing clouds, high in the low to mid-40s. And then there's a chance for a little bit of light rain or drizzle late tomorrow night into Saturday morning. Otherwise, mostly cloudy for Saturday with highs in the mid-40s. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
Clear right now in the city. It's 40, the humidity 55. %. Southwest wind 10, gusting to 18. WCBS News Time 6:42. We're hearing now of a settlement today in the lawsuit against former International Monetary Fund Chief Dominique Strauss-Kahn. The AP reporting that he has settled with the Manhattan hotel maid, the maid accusing him of trying to rape her. Prosecutors dropped the criminal charges against Strauss-Kahn. There's going to be a trial starting next week in the Bronx.
New Jersey State Senate divided down party lines today in a vote on raising the minimum wage. It passed with the Democrats voting yes and all the Republicans voting no. We asked State Senate President Stephen Sweeney why he couldn't get even a single Republican to vote yes.
There really is a philosophy difference between the two parties. And, I mean, it clearly is a philosophy issue. What was really troubling is they were trying to blame the hurricane, which they were opposing this bill before the hurricane. And now everyone invokes the hurricane as the reason why they can't vote on it.
An almost identical bill has already passed the state assembly.
WCBS News Time, 6:43.
Mercy College is the one to watch. Rated A by Standard & Poor's. Nationally recognized programs in some of the hottest professional fields around. Come to Mercy Mondays this fall and find out how easy it is to get your master's degree and re-energize your career. Mercy Mondays. More than 25 graduate degree programs, all designed for working people. Nights, weekends, and online. Come to Mercy Mondays for graduate days at our campuses in Dobbs Ferry, the Bronx, and Manhattan. And find out about the quality, affordable graduate education at Mercy College. The one to watch at mercy.edu.
I heard it can make you sick and miserable.
I heard it can make kids so sick they have to go to a hospital.
I heard it could put the health of pregnant women in danger.
If you have something like diabetes or you're an older adult, I heard it can kill.
If you heard that influenza can seriously threaten your health, you heard right. Influenza can strike anyone, and when it does, it makes people sick, putting tens of thousands in the hospital. In New York City, over 1,000 people die from influenza every year. So who needs a flu vaccine? Everyone does. But anyone 50 or older, or children younger than 5, people who have long-term health problems or are pregnant, are especially at risk. Vaccination is a safe and simple way to protect yourself and your loved ones. Flu vaccine is easy to find. Ask your doctor, call 311 or visit nyc.gov and search for flu. A message from the New York City Health Department.
40 degrees and clear skies right now in Midtown. We get down to a low of about 35 in the city, but we could get into the 20s in the suburbs. Your full 5-day forecast in 3 minutes.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at cbsnewyork.com. When you need to know, we've got you covered.
Good evening. I'm Linda Lopez.
I'm Wayne Cabot. Coming up, Newark Mayor Cory Booker is going on food stamps. He really is, and we'll tell you why coming up.
Checking the numbers on Wall Street, the Dow was up 36 points today. It closed at 13,021. We'll have business news in 10.
We have sports right now on WCBS at 6:45. Sponsored by your New York, New Jersey Subaru dealer. Back to Gordon Damer.
Well, Wayne, today is his 43rd birthday, and it looks like Yankee closer Mariano Rivera could have a late birthday present. There have been reports throughout the week. Yankees wanted to get a deal done with their closer by the end of the week, and it looks like that deal will be done by tomorrow. 1 year, $10 million for Mariano. Of course, coming off that torn ACL, but is expected to be ready to go for the start of spring training. It's a 2-game suspension for the Celtics' Rajon Rondo. That handed down by the league today. That for Rondo's part in that scuffle last night in the Nets and Celtics game. Brooklyn, meanwhile, going to have to do without Brook Lopez for a while. Out 2 games. Sprained his foot in that win last night. Back in Week 10 of the NFL season, the Falcons suffered their first loss of the season. Tonight, they'll open up Week 13 looking for a little payback. Falcons and Saints in Atlanta. New Orleans, the only team to beat the Falcons this year. Jets camp, Rex Ryan did have to smooth things over. That after the comments that Bart Scott made about Jet fans, saying he didn't care what they thought about him and that they were probably picked last for dodgeball.
I had a conversation with Bart, and and when what I said, I'll stay behind, that our fans deserve better, and I was the first guy to say, would say that. And with us, it's just when I mentioned to Bart, you have to appreciate the fans. The thing that makes this game so great is the players and the fans.
Yeah, college football tonight. Rutgers and Louisville both have announced that they're going to leave the Big East tonight. They go after the Big East title in an automatic BCS bid, and the meeting between the two sides of the NHL lockout done for the day. No word on when they will meet again. Sports sponsored by Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes-Benz winter event is back. It's the best time to get the vehicle you've always dreamed of at a price you've never dreamed possible. From the fuel-efficient C-Class sedan to a complete lineup of SUVs, each with 4MATIC all-wheel drive. Log on to searchmercedes.com and let the holiday shopping begin. Sports 15 and 45. Gordon Damer, WCBS 880 Sports.
WCBS News Time, 6:47.
How far would you go to help save someone's life? How about to your garage? If If you have an unneeded vehicle, donate it to the Salvation Army. They'll pick it up for free, and the proceeds from its sale will help someone in the grip of addiction reclaim his life. To donate your vehicle, call 1-800-SA-TRUCK or visit satruck.org. You will be doing the most good.
Mom was always independent, so it broke my heart when I thought she might need a nursing home. Thankfully, I discovered a better choice. Health First manage long-term care options, provide the specialized, coordinated care Mom needs to help her stay where her heart is, at home.
Find out if a Health First managed long-term care plan is right for you. Call 1-855-552-4369. 1-855-552-4369. 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. or visit hflongtermcare.org.
During these tough economic times, there is one thing you can count on: your education. Higher education will give you the chance at finding a better job and improve the quality of your life. Further your education and advance your career today. If you're looking to go back to school in the next 3 months and already have your high school diploma, start your search with the National Education Online Center. You'll get free expert advice, school information, and a free financial aid guide. NEOC will help you get matched to your right school today. Call 877-516-0727.
WCBS News Time, 6:48. Time for traffic and weather together on the 8th. Let's head over to Tom Kaminsky.
Let's head over to Queens. Some late trouble on the eastbound side of the Grand Central, which has been heavy all afternoon anyway, from the area of LaGuardia right out toward Northern Boulevard, and more delays from the Kew Gardens interchange right out to the Cross Island, with a late collision being worked on there. One lane is blocked in Connecticut, the northbound side of I-95 from 9 in Stamford right up through 27 in Bridgeport. A collision still being worked on there. And in New Jersey on Route 17, southbound at Route 4 in Paramus, a collision there. Lots of shopping volume, too. So we have delays well beyond the area of Linwood Avenue in Paramus, right on down through that stretch. We had delays at the outbound Holland of at least 45 minutes, the inbound side at 30. The outbound Lincoln with about a 15-minute wait, but the inbound side still a 45-minute delay there at the inbound side of the Lincoln Tunnel. And we're still loaded up on the northbound FDR Drive from the 40s up through the 90s, with the collision still in the process of being cleared. Another update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
Let's go to the Weather Center here with the 5-day forecast. Chief Meteorologist Craig Allen.
Low tonight, a cold 30 to 35 with 20s in the suburbs. Tomorrow, the sun will give way to increasing clouds. Highs in the low to mid-40s. A little bit of precipitation possible later tomorrow night into Saturday. Most likely just some spotty light rain or drizzle, but some of the northwest suburbs could have some wet snowflakes too. Saturday afternoon, mostly cloudy, high in the mid-40s, and the WCBS 5-day outlook. Sunday, clouds and some sun. It turns milder, high about 55. Just a chance of a rain shower Sunday night, and then Monday, some sun and even milder, high 55 to 60. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
WCBS News Time, 6:50. A New York City cop who went viral after a picture of him giving boots to a homeless man in Times Square was posted online has been talking today about what that cold night was a couple of weeks ago. WCBS reporter Marla Diamond has a story from One Police Plaza.
When Officer Larry DePrimo saw the elderly man with no shoes on a frigid November night, he knew he had to help.
When I brought out the shoes, it was just smile ear to ear. So it was absolutely amazing.
He had no idea the moment was being photographed by an Arizona tourist until a friend saw it on the internet.
These thousands of people want to know who you are, and they love what you've done.
The 25-year-old lives with his parents on Long Island.
A lot of who I am today is because of my upbringing, so I have them to thank.
DePrimo says he's just sorry he couldn't do more for the man.
What sticks out in my mind was he was such a...
equivalent of food stamps. Food stamps for a week, which breaks down to about $1.40 per meal. This after he challenged one of his Twitter followers to try living on that kind of budget. Well, the North Carolina woman, who is remaining anonymous, says she does plan to accept, but she isn't sure she's going to do it next week. Mayor Booker says he wants the public to participate, and he plans to have a celebrity take part, too.
Well, the Connecticut woman mauled by a chimpanzee has settled a lawsuit against the estate of the animal's owner. WCBS Connecticut Bureau Chief Fran Schneido has the details.
She sued originally for $50 million, but will settle for $4 million, according to the Associated Press. Charla Nash, who survived a brutal mauling by a pet chimpanzee in Stanford nearly 4 years ago, was left badly disfigured. The chimp, who knew and was familiar with Nash, went berserk for some reason when Nash went to help out the owner of the chimp, as she routinely did. The mauling required Nash to have a face transplant and left the woman without hands. Nash now lives in a nursing home in Massachusetts, hoping that one day she will be able to have a transplant of her hands lost in the attack. Fran Schneido, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 6:52. Fury from the judge in the trial of a Brooklyn counselor accused by a teenager of years of sex abuse. WCBS reporter Irene Cornell has the story.
News photographers are barred from taking pictures of the victim in a sex abuse trial, so there was an uproar in the court when the judge learned that a spectator with a cell phone had photographed the 17-year-old complaining witness as she testified, then sent out the pictures by email. Someone has committed a crime in this courtroom, roared the judge. When testimony finally continued, the defense pursued its case that a desire for vengeance led this young woman to accuse her counselor, Nekemia Weberman, of sex abuse. She admitted she knew he was responsible for her father learning of her forbidden romance with a boyfriend and then making a secret videotape of her with the boy and using it to have him arrested. From Brooklyn Supreme Court, Irene Cornell, WCBS 880 News.
WCBS News Time 6:53. Under arrest in New Jersey, a man accused of running a counterfeit computer parts scheme. Prosecutors say when they raided a warehouse in Roselle Park, they found hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of bogus computer components with names like Apple, Dell, and Microsoft on them. 34-year-old Mark Lynn was arrested after the raid.
Another dozen New York gas stations are in trouble. They're charged with price gouging after Hurricane Sandy. The stations are on Long Island, they're on Staten Island, they're in Queens, the Bronx, Westchester County, they're all over the place. The Attorney General says one Bronx driver was told that gas would cost him $50 for 5 gallons. Drivers in Queens reported gas prices of up to $8 a gallon.
An update on business is next. WCBS News Time, 6:54.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Important medical alert for users of antidepressant prescription drugs. If you or a loved one used certain antidepressant prescription drugs before or during pregnancy, including Zoloft, Depakote, Paxil, Prozac, Wellbutrin, Lexapro, Celexa, or Effexor, and have a child born with a birth defect such as cleft lip, cleft palate, club foot, or other heart, lung, and cranial defects, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation and future medical expenses for your child's condition. Call 800-322-7975 now if you or a loved one used certain antidepressant prescription drugs before or during pregnancy and have a child born with a birth defect. Time is limited to file a claim. Act now. You may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. Call 800-322-7975. That's 800-322-7975. The call and consultation are free. 800-322-7975. This is an advertisement, not valid in all states. Paid non-attorney spokesperson. iLawsuit.com is an advertising group that represents lawyers advertising their services, and it's a free matching service for consumers. It is not a law firm or lawyer referral service.
WCBS News Time, 6:55. Time for business news now. And here's Mike Weinstein at the Wall Street Journal.
And Linda, the market finished higher and some positive economic news about pending home sales as well as jobless claims and the nation's GDP growth. And despite a lack of progress by lawmakers trying to avoid the fiscal cliff, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 36 points to close at 13,021. The Nasdaq Composite gained 20 points. The S&P 500 was up 6. Now we check in with CNBC and Tom Busby.
An up-and-down day on Wall Street on conflicting comments by lawmakers about just how close they are to resolving the fiscal cliff. In the end, the Dow up 36, the Nasdaq up 20. Strong data out today helped. First-time jobless claims down last week. Pending home sales in October rose to the highest level in nearly 6 years, and the economy grew by a better-than-expected 2.7% during the summer. But shares fell for some big retailers like Macy's, Kohl's, and Target on lower sales last month due to Hurricane Sandy. Tom Busby, CNBC.
WCBS News Time, 6:56. Hey, if you haven't tried the Starbucks new $7 cup of coffee they just introduced, it's the most expensive brew ever for them. Jimmy Kimmel sent his people out to the street to do some taste testing. Check this out.
I'd say this one because it has more of a richer taste. It tastes stronger, more premium, I guess.
Okay, I should mention that we didn't even bother to get the $7 coffee. We got a pot of regular coffee and poured the exact same coffee in both cups.
And like Train says, better be the best soy latte that you ever had.
6:58, traffic and weather together. Tom Kaminsky.
As long as it's got caffeine in it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where it comes from. Let's go over to the northern state eastbound side. We're heavy getting out toward 135. We have a late collision being worked on there. We still have big delays on the northbound Connecticut Turnpike up through 27 in Bridgeport, but a collision there is now cleared. Travel lanes open. Still big delays in New Jersey on Route 287 from Route 1 right up through the area of exit 14 in Bridgewater. A couple of collisions there have now been cleared. Matt Seams is my pilot. Still on the road. Easy does it. We'll see you again tomorrow. Let's go and go to John Grimmeyer with the Mass Transit Update.
All right, and we still have delays of arriving flights in Newark, about 30 minutes because of the wind. But as far as subways are concerned, on a closer schedule, sponsored by Mercedes-Benz. If you're thinking of leasing or financing a luxury vehicle this holiday season, think Mercedes-Benz during the Mercedes-Benz winter event. You take advantage of limited-time lease and finance offers. Head to searchmercedes.com. Here's WCBS Pinpoint Weather.
It's 41 degrees, down to about 30 in the city, 20s in most suburbs. Tomorrow, sun to start, but increasing clouds, a high in the low to middle 40s.
Right now, 40 degrees and clear. I'm Linda Lopez.
And I'm Wayne Cabot.
News, traffic, and weather. On air, online. We are News Radio, WCBS New York.
Thursday, November 29th, I'm Michael Schoen. Here's the latest from the WCBS Newsroom. Palestinians celebrate into the wee hours after the United Nations voted over U.S. objections to grant observer status to Palestine. Tourist photo of a New York City police officer's act of kindness has gone viral. Key New Jersey lawmakers take a bus tour of New Jersey shore to see Sandy damage up close. The New Jersey Senate passes a major increase in the state's minimum wage, already passed in the state assembly. Former International Monetary Fund chief Dominique Strauss-Kahn settles with the maid who accused him of rape, according to reports. In sports, local teams are quiet. Thursday night NFL, New Orleans visits Atlanta. WCBS News Time, 7 o'clock.
Palestinians win statehood recognition at the UN.
It is time for action and the moment to move forward. That is why we are here today.
In the fiscal cliff negotiations,
no substantive progress has been made in the talks between the White House and the House over the last 2 weeks.
This is the CBS World News Roundup Late Edition. I'm Bill Whitney. The vote was overwhelming.
In favor, 138. Opposed, 9.
The UN General Assembly has recognized Palestine as a state. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas told the Assembly it was being asked to issue the birth certificate of Palestine, and heard through an interpreter, he couched it as a step toward peace with Israel.
The international community now stands before the last chance to save the two-state solution.
U.S. Ambassador Susan Rice cast one of the no votes and said there are no shortcuts.
The only way to establish such a Palestinian state and resolve all permanent status issues is through the crucial, if painful, work of direct negotiations between the parties.
The UN's action set off a round of celebratory gunfire in the West Bank, but CBS News correspondent Alan Pizzi says the change in status is largely symbolic.
The reality is that little will change in the short term. The Palestinian territory is still a patchwork defined and controlled by Israel. There is no seaport or international airport. Israel restricts where Palestinians may work and travel and controls the economy here by controlling access to markets.
The only other observer state at the UN is the Vatican. Another day closer to the fiscal cliff, and the budget deal remains elusive.
We're not there yet.
White House spokesman Jay Carney.
We remain optimistic that this can get done, but the president's principles are clear.
The Obama administration says the only thing holding up a deal is the refusal of Republicans to raise tax rates on the rich. CBS News correspondent Dan Raviv has the action on Capitol Hill today.
behind closed doors. According to senior Republicans, the Treasury Secretary Tim Geithner laid out to House Speaker John Boehner a plan for $1.6 trillion in added revenues in the next 10 years, including for wealthy Americans, higher income tax, no discount for capital gains, and higher inheritance taxes. Boehner's rejection, though without details, was very public.
The White House has to get serious.
Republicans want the focus on cutting spending, but they say the Treasury Secretary suggested $50 billion in new infrastructure projects. Dan Raviv, CBS News, Washington.
The winning Powerball ticket in Missouri was presented this afternoon. The winners will be announced tomorrow. The Dow gained 37 points today, closing at 13,021. The Nasdaq up 20 points to finish at 3,012. Now this.
Have you heard? Proactive is better than ever. Stay tuned for a 1,000,000 bottle giveaway. Do you have troubled skin, acne? Well, we have great news. With Proactive, your acne can heal, and you can prevent new breakouts from happening. Be one of the first to try it by giving us a call at 1-800-489-1569, because we're going to let 1,000,000 people try Proactive risk-free and also receive our legendary refining mask and green tea moisturizer free if you call right now. You heard it. Be one of the first to try better than ever Proactive solution. You'll receive a 60-day risk-free trial, plus a free refining mask and green tea moisturizer. Call 1-800-489-1569. This is our best radio offer. Get your risk-free 60-day trial of Proactive plus 2 free extras. Go to getproactive.com or call 1-800-489-1569. That's 1-800-489-1569.
We think of Mercury, the planet closest to the sun, as almost molten in the solar system. But data sent back by NASA's orbiting probe MESSENGER show Mercury has an icy North Pole. David Lawrence of the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab is working on this project.
If you take the amount of ice that we consider to be at Mercury right now, stack up the entire area of Washington, D.C. by about 2 to 2.5 miles of ice. That's what's present currently at Mercury's poles.
Meanwhile, the ice on this planet is melting, especially in Greenland and Antarctica. Ted Scambos at the National Snow and Ice Data Center says the ice sheets are turning into water 3 times faster than in the 1990s.
We're seeing 2 things going on at once, both faster ice flow and greater melting. And both of those are pointing towards a lot more ice going into the sea.
Worst case scenario, if all of it were to melt, Scambo says sea levels could rise by about 20 feet. You're listening to the CBS World News Roundup.
Do you have dark circles or puffy eyes? If you have dark circles under your eyes, bags, or puffiness, we're looking for you. Because right now, we're offering a risk-free trial of a fast-acting eye cream to listeners of this station. You heard right. Every listener who calls now can try a risk-free jar of Lumitone, the cream that fades dark circles from view in seconds. We only have a limited supply of risk-free jars, so don't wait. For details, just call 1-800-865-1483. Lumitone makes dark circles less visible in seconds. Watch your dark circles fade from view like magic. And Lumitone is great for puffiness, bags, and fine lines by the eyes. This risk-free offer is for listeners of this station, but it won't last. Call us now for details on this Lumitone risk-free offer. Just call 1-800-865-1483. That's 1-800-865-1483. 1-800-865-1483.
Army Private Bradley Manning, accused of providing a trove of classified information to WikiLeaks, spoke publicly today for the first time since his arrest in Iraq more than 2 years ago.
Bradley Manning was dressed in his Army uniform. He was composed on the witness stand.
Reporter Tracy Caldwell was in the courtroom at Fort Meade, Maryland, as Manning described his confinement.
At this point, he seems to be trying to explain to the judge that the conditions in which he were held were not humane.
He spoke of passing out in a hot holding cell and being kept in solitary on suicide watch. Manning's lawyers are seeking dismissal of all charges. Americans are having fewer babies. CBS News correspondent Pam Coulter takes a look.
The birth rate has hit the lowest point since reliable record-keeping began in 1920. The Pew Research Center's Gretchen Livingston says the decline's fueled by a plunge in births to immigrant women in the wake of the Great Recession.
We think the most recent declines, that is, the declines that have happened really quickly since 2007, might be related to the economic declines that have occurred at about the same time.
The birth rate peaked in the baby boom years and was nearly double today's rate of 63.2 births per 1,000 women in 1957. Pam Coulter, CBS News, Washington.
Time on the roundup, 7 minutes past the hour.
Would you buy a furnace or a heat pump for your home that's been owned by somebody else? You would if it was a brand new York system. See, the technicians at our factory own every detail that goes into manufacturing York equipment. So if you want heating equipment for your home that's really well built, you want a York. Built here in the USA. Built right. Built by York.
York supports NATE certification. To find a qualified local contractor who employs NATE certified technicians, go to hvacradvice.com.
The Home Depot has made a special buy. The DeWalt 20-volt max lithium-ion drill and impact driver combo kit is just $199. Ask any serious do-it-yourselfer. They'll tell you that's a lot of project power for the money. Better yet, don't ask them. Surprise them with the DeWalt 20-volt drill and impact driver combo right now, only $199. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. U.S. only. See store for details.
WCBS News Time, 7:08, as we check traffic and weather together on the 8th, that is. John Grimmeyer in the WCBS Traffic Center.
Okay, in New Jersey, there's a couple of problems here. The first thing is westbound at 80. A couple of accidents, one now by 61 in Elmwood Park. You're late from the Garden State Parkway, then at exit 34 for Route 15, another crash. Also, the Garden State Parkway southbound side, somebody broke down right in the center lane near exit 140. And Union delays go back to exit 147. That's always a slow stretch anyway. Add this car in the center lane, that makes things worse. Now, trying to get into the city by way of the Lincoln Tunnel, we're still a mess. About 40 minutes. This does ease up quickly, but this is really jammed back on 495, almost heading out by the New Jersey Turnpike. The inbound side of the Holland Tunnel, you've got delays of about, looks like about 20 minutes for the Turnpike. Holland Tunnel outbound, an hour. And if you're going outbound at the Lincoln Tunnel, we've got delays of looking about 30 minutes at this point. Now, GW Bridge is okay inbound. A lot of traffic trying to make your way out. You've got delays that's jammed on the Cross Bronx all the way back to the Brock Interchange stop and go on the Deegan, as well as the Hollywood Drive from the 140s. And still, from the area of the 70s on up to the GW Bridge on the west side, stop and go traffic. Moving through Connecticut, Fairfield County, a tough go still. Slow traffic northbound out of Stamford to Norwalk, and then stop and go westport into Bridgeport with earlier problems. Long Island Expressway eastbound side getting out to Suffolk County by Vets Highway. There's a crash being worked on. And in Queens, the Grand Central eastbound side, you've got an accident in the right lane, not by Little Neck Parkway. Delays are back in towards the LIE. Our next traffic update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
To the WCBS Weather Center and Chief Meteorologist Craig Allen.
Fair and cold tonight with lows 30 to 35 in and near the city, 20s in most of the suburbs. Tomorrow, sun followed by increasing clouds, highs in the low to mid-40s. Tomorrow night, cloudy, lows near 35, 30 inland. There is a chance for spotty light rain or drizzle and possibly some wet snowflakes north and west late at night into Saturday morning. Then just mostly cloudy the remainder of Saturday, highs in the mid-40s. Sunday should turn milder with highs closer to 55. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
Right now in Midtown, clear skies, 41 degrees, wind southwest at 8 miles per hour. WCBS News Time, 7:10.
Mercy College is the one to watch. Rated A by Standard & Poor's. Nationally recognized programs in some of the hottest professional fields around. Come to Mercy Mondays this fall and find out how easy it is to get your master's degree and re-energize your career. Mercy Mondays. More than 25 graduate degree programs, all designed for working people. Nights, weekends, and online. Come to Mercy Mondays for graduate days at our campuses in Dobbs Ferry, the Bronx, and Manhattan. And find out about the quality, affordable graduate education at Mercy College. The one to watch at mercy.edu.
Live from Studio 11A at the CBS Hudson Square Broadcast Center, we are News Radio, WCBS HD and WCBS FM HD3, New York.
WCBS News Time, 7:11. New York City police officer giving new boots to a barefoot homeless man in Times Square. A tourist photo of that scene has gone viral online. WCBS reporter Marla Diamond has the story.
When Officer Larry DePrimo saw the elderly man with no shoes on a frigid November night, he knew he had to help.
When I brought out the shoes, it was just smile ear to ear.
So it was absolutely amazing.
He had no idea the moment was being photographed by an Arizona tourist until a friend saw it on the internet.
These thousands of people want to know who you are, and they love what you've done.
The 25-year-old lives with his parents on Long Island.
A lot of who I am today is because of my upbringing, so I have them to thank.
DePrimo says he's just sorry he couldn't do more for the man.
What sticks out in my mind was he was such a kind gentleman that I had to help him. I wanted to.
At police headquarters, Marla Diamond, WCBS 880 News.
New Jersey legislative leaders take a bus tour to see Sandy devastation for themselves. WCBS reporter Levon Putney got a look as well.
As the bus rolled through Lavallette, yet another hard-hit shore community with people's lives sitting in curbside piles in front of what used to be their homes. Some businessmen were flagging us down as we passed.
We followed the bus, it stopped here, and then we got out.
And why? Why chase us down?
Because we have a lot of questions that need to be answered.
James Short co-owns Lavallette Pizza in the Oven with Manny Ioso, who says the Small Business Administration told them Barrier Island businesses cannot qualify for federal aid.
SBA is sending out quoting Coastal Barrier Resource Act.
Well, he says they can't afford to stay open without government help.
Once I'm done gutting the store and removing the mud, I'm done right there.
He says they'll pay the bills and try to reopen in 2014.
I believe most of the small businesses are in that predicament.
On the bus tour in Normandy Beach, Levon Putney, WCBS 880 News.
New Jersey State Senate has passed a bill to increase the state's minimum wage now, and it would make automatic adjustments tied to the Consumer Price Index. The Senate approved the measure 26-16, completely on party lines. The bill would raise the minimum wage $1.25 to $8.50 per hour. The argument is classic. Critics warn it's nice to have the higher pay, but it means fewer jobs. Bill could be headed to a veto by Governor Christie. Democrats also backing a constitutional amendment as a backup that would also tie the minimum wage increase to the Consumer Price Index. WCBS News Time 7:14. Sports coming.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
If you have bad credit, you're not alone. Did you know that as much as 79% of all credit reports contain errors and incorrect information? Having great credit is more important than ever. Let nationally recognized credit expert Jason M. Kaplan help. Jason and his team of FICO experts will give you a free consultation and discuss how they can get your credit life back on track. Call 877-731-0082 for your free credit consultation and analysis. There's no upfront fees, and you only pay for results. Call the credit pros now at 877-731-0082.
Right now, it's clear and 41 degrees. We head down to 30 to 35 in and near the city, 20s in the suburbs. We'll check the 5-day forecast in 3 minutes.
At 880 on your AM dial and live on your computer and smartphone at cbsnewyork.com. When you need to know, we've got you covered.
I'm Michael Schoen. Coming up on WCBS News Radio, defense begins in the case of a Brooklyn counselor accused of sexual abuse of a 12-year-old girl. The story coming up after sports. Stocks higher, Dow Industrials up 37, NASDAQ Composite up 20. Business in 10 minutes. WCBS News Time, 7:15. Now WCBS Sports with Mark Mitchell.
Good evening, Michael. There's Thursday night football action to get the week started as the Falcons host the Saints in Atlanta. The Saints, of course, handed the Falcons their only loss this season. College football tonight, a trip to a BCS Bowl and a Big East Championship are on the line for the Scarlet Knights. Rutgers at the bottom of the hour hosting Louisville in Piscataway. College basketball tonight, St. John's plays host to South Carolina. Connecticut is home for New Hampshire. Seton Hall is down at LSU, and it'll be Manhattan taking on Fordham. And local NBA teams are off. Boston's Rajon Rondo was given a 2-game suspension today for his actions in last night's scuffle between the Celtics and Nets. That's his third suspension this calendar year. The Nets' Gerald Wallace was fined $35,000. The Celtics' Kevin Garnett, $25,000. Brooklyn will go without Brook Lopez for the next 2 games. He sprained a foot last night. It's Mariano Rivera's 43rd birthday, and reportedly Mo and the Yankees have agreed on the parameters of a new 1-year contract for $10 million. Mariano, of course, tore his ACL early this season and missed the rest of the year. An official announcement on the extension should be made tomorrow. And a second day of meetings in the NHL lockout with federal mediators present today. There are no new sessions scheduled, but Commissioner Gary Bettman suggests the players and owners have a private meeting without either the league or union. Sports sponsored by Smart Car. Unhumbug this holiday. Now you can lease the gas-sipping Smart for 2 pure coupe for just $99 a month with only $999 down, plus acquisition fee. Give them a shout at 1-800-SMART-USA for terms and restrictions and to see if you qualify. Smart on Scrooge on Car. Sports at 15 and 45. Mark Mitchell, WCBS 880 Sports.
WCBS News Time, 7:17. Traffic and weather together next.
I heard it can make you sick and miserable.
I heard it can make kids so sick they have to go to a hospital.
I heard it could put the health of pregnant women in danger.
If you have something like diabetes or you're an older adult, I heard it can kill.
If you heard that influenza can seriously threaten your health, you heard right. Influenza can strike anyone, and when it does, it makes people sick, putting tens of thousands in the hospital. In New York City, over 1,000 people die from influenza every year. So who needs a flu vaccine? Everyone does, but anyone 50 or older, or children younger than 5. People who have long-term health problems or are pregnant are especially at risk. Vaccination is a safe and simple way to protect yourself and your loved ones. Flu vaccine is easy to find. Ask your doctor, call 311 or visit nyc.gov and search for flu. A message from the New York City Health Department.
Getting gifts for the sports fan in your life has never been easier this holiday season thanks to CBS Locals Fan Shop. We've got the jerseys and gear for almost every team in any sport. And if you visit CBS Locals Fan Shop today through the end of the year and enter the promo code HOLIDAY10, you'll get an additional 10% off your purchase. Visit CBSLocalFanShop.com today and use the promo code HOLIDAY10 to save even more from CBS Locals Fan Shop.
Sports report on WCBS News Radio, sponsored by AmericanEagle.com. WCBS News Time, 7:18. Traffic and weather together on the 8th, sponsored by Toyota North. John Grimmeyer in the WCBS Traffic Center.
All right, still very busy trying to get across the Hudson River. We've got an hour wait outbound of the Holland Tunnel coming into the city off the Turnpike approach, 30 minutes, and 20 from the 1 and 9 approach. And the Lincoln Tunnel still about 40-minute delay into the city, but a lot better outbound. Looks like less than 10 now off 11th Avenue in the 40s, making your way into that North Tube. West Side Highway still stop-and-go traffic in the 60s all the way up to the GW Bridge. It looks like it's actually moving a little bit better right now. You'll have pockets of slow traffic through that whole stretch. We've got a lot of stop-and-go on the northbound Deegan and Harlem River drives from the 140s across Bronx back to the Brock Interchange, and even the southbound Deegan is still stop-and-go here. Almost, let's say call it getting into Fordham Road. This is definitely getting better. This is all for the George Washington Bridge. Inbound GW Bridge, not bad. Harlem River Drive southbound side did have a crash. This was quickly cleared away. So down in the area of 142nd Street, there was a bus and a car crash gone. Still stop-and-go traffic in the 150s. And the LIE eastbound side is really going to be stop-and-go right off the BQA out into Nassau County, while the Grand Central trip eastbound side stop-and-go just from the LIE and then moving out to the Clearview. Now, the westbound side of the LIE is really jammed up getting into the Queens Midtown Tunnel from the BQ. That's a long stretch of very slow traffic. And the 59th Street Bridge, a little bit better for you. Lower deck, a little bit better than the upper level. Both are really not that great. Our next traffic update in less than 10 minutes on WCBS.
To the WCBS Weather Center, let's get the 5-day outlook from meteorologist Craig Allen.
Low tonight, a cold 30 to 35 with 20s in the suburbs. Tomorrow, the sun will give way to increasing clouds. Highs in the low to mid-40s. A little bit of precipitation possible later tomorrow night into Saturday. Most likely just some spotty light rain or drizzle, but some of the northwest suburbs could have some wet snowflakes too. Saturday afternoon, mostly cloudy, high in the mid-40s, and the WCBS 5-day outlook. Sunday, clouds and some sun. It turns milder, high about 55. Just a chance of a rain shower Sunday night, and then Monday, some sun and even milder, high 55 to 60. I'm Craig Allen in the WCBS Weather Center.
Clear at 41 degrees in Midtown. WCBS News Time, 7:20.
Liz.
Todd?
I want you back.
You're just saying that because I got a makeover to make me look hot, even though I was hot to begin with.
No. I miss those nights instantly watching TV episodes and movies online with Netflix.
We watched as much as we wanted.
Whenever and wherever we wanted.
So, you love me? Even if I put these glasses back on?
Wow, those are thick.
Instantly watch thousands of TV episodes and movies on all kinds of devices for only $8 a month.